Bon dia. Benvingudes a la...
Hello and good morning. Welcome to the second day of the International Symposium. Yesterday we held very thought-provoking sessions or panel discussions that contributed to nurturing this fascinating adventure in odds in health. Today we have what we call the main dish of the conference. Today we'll have the honor to listen to Chris Bailey, who is the expert from the WHO in the area of arts in health. He's an extraordinary person. We've had the occasion of sharing quite a lot of time together in the last couple of days, and I am looking forward to listening how he will intermingle the vast array of experiences and perspectives that he has on the topic. When he was young, he was an actor, and he has gone through a personal process that have left him almost blind, and as a result of that, of course, he has experienced a personal transformation. I urge you to listen to his YouTube presentations at the Kennedy Center and in other venues. He's a very inspiring person, and I believe that such an expert, I mean, the fact that he has accepted our invitation to take part in this symposium and sharing time with us is just amazing. So thank you very much. And I will now give the floor to Chris for his presentation. Thank you very much. Chris, the floor is yours.
I may not be seeing well, but I'm looking good. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you till you take my sunshine away. The other night, dear, while I was sleeping, I dreamt I held you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken. So I held my head and I cried, you are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you till you take my sunshine away. That was the song that my father sang to me every night before I went to sleep, because I was afraid of the dark. I remember the day when I went to my ophthalmologist and they had this contraption looking through my eye at my destroyed optic nerve. And the doctor gasped. And I asked what was wrong. And he said, I've never seen an optic nerve as damaged as yours. What does that mean? You have terminal glaucoma. You have lost 95% of your vision. Okay, what's the medication that I take? You can take a medication to lower your ocular pressure, which can stop the damage or slow it, but there's no going back. There's no cure for regenerating the optic nerve. Okay, so what operation do I do? There is no operation. Well, what are you saying to me? I'm telling you the truth. You have now entered a new room and the door has closed behind you. You cannot return to the world of sight. And I said, well, Are you telling me there's no hope? And he's saying, no. But I don't want you to be chained to the tyranny of hope. I don't want you to be waiting for a miracle that will never happen. The hope is there, but the hope isn't wishing it would go away or wishing that you would be delivered. The hope is how you now transform. So, the reason why I'm telling you this story is because yesterday, one of the last presentations talked about recovery and how we can use the arts to recover. And the presenter was struggling with that word. It wasn't sufficient. And she and Gilliam stood up here and they couldn't find a better word. So we're going to use it, but it wasn't quite right for what they wanted to capture. And I began to think about that. And I began to think about the pandemic and COVID-19 and all these public outcries of we can't wait till we can go back to normal. And there is no normal to go back to. That's not what we're talking about. Virginia Woolf once said, "Illness is as much part of the life course as health. It shapes us, it transforms us. It helps us become who we eventually are." And it was that word, transform, that began to sink in. When we talk about the healing power of the arts, we're not talking about curing anything. The arts will not regenerate my optic nerve. But we are talking about healing. And what does that mean? I go back to a quote from Carl Jung, the Swiss psychologist, who once said, "Loneliness is not the absence of people. Loneliness is the inability to express what matters to you most." And there's something about that expression that frees us, that helps us navigate, that validates what we're feeling, and helps us find a way forward. How does that work? Sometimes there are no words. And when we can't find the words, maybe an artist can find them for us and guide us to that. Or maybe there are no words, and the expression is a sound. It's a gesture through space. It's a framed image. Now, when I received the news of my catastrophic event, I immediately felt a tremendous sense of loss. 80% of the way we engage with the world in our modern society is visual. And when that's been wiped out, it's like a death. And I went through all of the processes of death. I went into denial. This is not happening. I was angry. I would raise my voice up to God and yell, "Why me?" And he would respond to this booming voice, "Why not you?" I didn't have an answer to that. I would bargain. I would think, oh, well, maybe if I ate something different, if I ate whole grains, maybe my optic nerve would regenerate. No, it didn't. And then eventually acceptance. And for me, acceptance was that moment when my doctor said to me, part of the transformation for you is to adopt the assistive technology, to wear the tinted lenses, to have the cane, to even wear the hat, which helps with the glare of the harsh lighting that preserves that 5% grasping at visual straws. And I thought, no, that's not me. You want me to go to the corner with a little tin cup and sell pencils? I mean, no, I'm not a blind man. That is not who I am. And he said, well, think about it and come back in a month and we'll discuss it again. And I came back in a month, and it was around Christmas time. And he said, what's this on your forehead? And I said, I don't know. And he held up a mirror, and I looked, and I saw a string of bruises, each a different color, a red one, a green one, a blue one, a purple one, like a string of Christmas tree lights. And he said, "What are these?" I said, "Oh, well, this is from the corner of my kitchen cabinet. This one was when I tried to plug in an electrical cord into the socket and I hit my head against the wall. This one was when I fell down the stairs. This one was when I ran into a lamppost." And he said, "You have to start using the cane." And that was the first step of my acceptance, of my transformation. But even so, as I began to adapt and manage, there was that terrible sense of loss, the sense that when my sons left that Christmas, I would literally, potentially never see their faces again. And then the worry about the future. How was I going to fulfill my job? I had just started this program in arts and health. I was imagining the jokes. Oh, only the UN would put a blind man in charge of the arts. How was I going to accomplish this? And I did. The program has been successful. In some ways, I felt I didn't share 100% in it because I literally didn't see it. But it has been a success. We, in 2019, published the first WHO report on the evidence base for the health benefits of the arts, and it was like a banner that we planted in the sand. And although it was not comprehensive, it didn't cover arts therapies and other parts, it was WHO making an initial statement on this, and all these groups around the world that felt that they were working alone suddenly heard WHO saying, "We're learning how to do this too. We understand." And a community, a global community began to form. Now, the arts use for health is nothing new at WHO. We've been doing it since 1948, but it was always in a health promotional context. What makes this new is that it's not just about a health message embedded into an artistic event, but the intrinsic health value of engaging in the arts in the first place, whether it's an overt therapeutic objective or not. Even if there is no health content to it, there is a health aspect. What that is became the subject of our program. We have been building slowly a network of research centers around the world. The first was UCL in London, the second NYU. We also have the University of Hong Kong. We're talking to the Free State University in Lagos in Nigeria, Johns Hopkins, an impressive array of research centers looking at effective practice of arts interventions in a health context. And that can be in a hospital, but it can be in a community center, it can be in a museum. But it's more than just scalable, effective approaches. It's more than just evaluation. It's also looking at the primary science of why it works. When Dr. Tedros, the DG, invited me into his office to make my pitch for this program, my argument was pretty much a health promotional argument. I said, we know that evidence, data, and information are essential for identifying objective scientific truth, for problem solving, for saving lives. But we also know that data, evidence, and information by themselves are often insufficient to change people's opinions and deeply held convictions. For that, we need empathy, often in the form of a story. And he agreed. But the unasked question in that is why? Why is it that in the pandemic, WHO could present the current state of the evidence and guidance of washing your hands, distancing, staying at home, and yet misinformation sprouted up like mushrooms? Weren't the facts enough? Wasn't the clear communication of what we don't know enough? No, it wasn't. Why? So, what we found in the years that we've created this program And just as a spoiler alert, on Monday in New York at the National Arts Club, I'm flying out to New York, and we're going to launch our new Arts and Health Lab. Shh, it's embargoed, so don't tell anyone. But it is this network, and the idea is to invest in robust randomized controlled trials and other appropriate forms to build up that evidence base of scalable approaches of arts for health's benefit. And over time, to gather that evidence, come up with recommendations, and then potentially hold the first meeting of ministers of health and ministers of culture in the same room, present that evidence with our advice, and then ideally trigger a huge investment in arts institutions, not for cultural preservation, not for the creative economy, but for the health of communities. That's the dream. So, how does that work? What is that triangle between practice, research, and policy that can get us there? I'll use a single WHO example. A number of years ago, and this was shepherded by our Copenhagen office, there was a small randomized controlled trial in the UK called Music for Mums. And it was a program to use music to help people, young mothers who are who are experiencing postpartum depression. And could music help? And in this controlled trial, you had a controlled group where it was traditional therapy, another group where they used play groups. And so did that diminish some of the symptoms? Did that have an effect? And in the third, it was a singing group where mothers would gather together and sing with their children, but sing with each other as well. And what we saw, in terms of the data, was that the music group had a significant, more positive effect than the other two groups. And that was enough information for us, through WHO, to convince Romania, Denmark, and then eventually Italy to try their own trials, all along inviting the EU as observers, as participants in this, so that when the data comes out of these other trials in this different context, different cultural contexts, is there an opportunity to roll this out across Europe? And then through WHO, potentially in other regions and the world. So that's how that virtuous triangle works, of practice, research, to policy. To do that, you have to have robust measurement mechanisms. You have to have research centers allied with practitioners. You have to have engaged policymakers. And even in just yesterday, seeing the Catalan Minister of Health, the Public Health Secretary here, the few conversations we've had with academic institutions, the museum itself, NGOs, you have all the pieces here. The question is, can you put them together for that kind of a robust program? And that's the challenge that I would be laying out to you. But for me, it wasn't just measurement. It wasn't just the RCT, because when you started talking to the actual participants, some of the information we were receiving were things that we weren't measuring. So they would talk about, one of the reporters would ask one of the women, so do you still keep in touch with people? Almost all of the women in these sessions said yes. Which begs a question. Why weren't we measuring that? We were measuring the deficits, the reductions of symptoms. We weren't measuring the assets. And that actually is the most significant part of an artistic intervention. It's not just simply the reduction of symptoms. It's, am I coping with the everyday stresses of life? Am I practicing my abilities to their highest degree? Am I productive? Am I participating in a community? Is that community forming with my involvement and lasting? Am I finding moments of joy? If the answers to all of these questions are yes, then according to WHO's definition of mental health, you have mental health regardless of your diagnosable condition. And when you explain that to someone who is suffering from depression or Alzheimer's or any other condition, it is such a relief because they've become convinced in our society that the only success is a cure. But that's not the lesson of the arts. We have to have these asset measures. Do we begin to trust again? Do we have a sense of belonging? We need to measure this as well. But why does music have this effect? Well, working with some of our neurology partners, we can actually see how more than just a reduction of cortisol, reducing stress, which is significant, but again, it's a deficit measure. We see that in the musical line, as we hear that song being sung, there's an anticipation that happens which triggers a dopamine effect. And when we reach the climax of that song, where it has come to a conclusion that surprised us, it wasn't what we were expecting, but it makes sense with everything that happened before, it triggers an oxytocin reaction, which is the bonding hormone. It helps support that sense of community, which is why in a room like this, we begin to not only hear the information, but the mirror neurons in our midbrains begin to align. We begin to form a sense of community. It's working on a neurological level in a totally different way than information does. Information is processed in the frontal cortex, the seat of our conscious mind. But this kind of emotional intelligence and connection is with the amygdala. It's in the midbrain, the seat of identity, the seat of personal choice, and where we create our realities. And that's why when I tell you a fact, you may or may not respond to that. But if I can make you feel, then suddenly our realities begin to merge. And it's not a didactic change. It's not the kind of behavioral change that we're used to talking about in public health. I'd like to frame it maybe in too simplistic a way between propaganda and the deep aesthetic experience. Propaganda is usually fear-based, even if it's for a positive intention, like the packaging on cigarettes showing the cancerous mouth. The data is correct. Smoking causes cancer and we want people to stop. But by putting that photo on it and triggering responses of fear and disgust, what's happening neurologically is that those cortisol and adrenaline levels go up, and it has a depressive effect on our prefrontal cortex, our center of judgment, and we become susceptible to suggestion, to change. But it's a manipulation. In the deep aesthetic experience, we have the mirror neurons being created in the midbrain, and instead of a suggestion, what happens is that information gets interpreted through the filter of our own experiences, our own imagination, and the meaning is a collaboration with the artist, but is significantly ours, which is why artists often say, it's not our job to give you the answers. It's our job to ask the question. And they're not being coy. It's because they know if they do their job right, they have no control over the meaning you take away from it. It has to be that dance. How can we separate the dance from the dancer? As Yeats said. So in practice, what does this mean in projects around the world? I was asked to be involved in something called the Yazidi Cultural Archive, which was a collaboration with Google Arts. You can look it up online. And the idea there was originally to bring in professional photographers and anthropologists to work with women who had been held in captivity under ISIS and to preserve elements of the culture that were on the verge of extinction. And, and I remember looking at that plan and thinking, and we were asked to be involved. And I said, this is great. I can't wait to see the outcome, but it's not something WHO can really be involved with. And they said, well, what would we need to change? And I said, don't hire the professional photographers. Give the cameras to the women. Let them decide. Don't objectify them again by putting them on the receiving end of a camera. Put them behind the camera. Let them choose. And the result was not just this beautiful collection preserving culture, but it was a process for them individually to start imagining what their identity could be in the future, to start reflecting on their own bodies, their own relationships, and finding that their body was a safe place again through this process. I worked with children in Moldova who had recently come back from, who had recently escaped the war in Ukraine. And I was working with a clowning organization. And it was very interesting because these children often would have dark circles under their eyes. They hadn't slept in a long time. They didn't play. There were very specific behaviors that suggested that they had been through a very difficult time. And the clowns began to engage with the children. And at first, when they began to engage, the children weren't sure how to respond. And then at the first pratfall, one child would begin to laugh, and it would begin to spread virally. And the sound was like the first spring rain on the desert. And the smiles that would erupt on their faces were like the flowers suddenly blooming. And the mothers began to cry because they hadn't heard that sound in months. The healing power of humor is something we often forget about. So, museums have always been an important part of my life. My father was an art conservator, and so for me, a museum was going to see my father at his place of work. And sometimes, on a rare occasion, he would walk through the galleries with me. And for him, paintings were not images. Paintings were objects. So he would come up and show me the actual paint on the canvas and describe to me the chemistry of how those paints were mixed and how the canvas was stretched and the brush strokes. So it was almost like a sculpture, for its own sake. He would also talk about what the Renaissance artists would do and how Raphael would, he would say Raphael was not, he was always described as a realist, but he wasn't. He was an abstract painter. And of course, as a kid, I didn't quite know what he meant. But he said, people stand like this, but Raphael painted them in a corkscrew like this. Nobody stands like that. But he did it as a trick so that it would have a sense of motion. And so this is how I began to enter the world of realism versus fantasy, what we see and what our mind creates. And museums were always a refuge for me, a safe place. I always associated it with my father and my aesthetic awakening. When we began to engage in museums in this work, it was at the beginning of the pandemic, and a lot of the museums were facing a crisis. They were closed. And even before the pandemic, there was a sense of they needed to rethink their mission. And some of the museums we got into dialogue with, the Museum of Modern Art was one of the first in New York to actually change their mission statement to include wellness. And that was based on a program that they started of bringing in people with dementia and having them start relating to some of the paintings. And what was interesting about that program was that there was no claim that this process reversed or slowed the condition. And in fact, there is no evidence that it does. But there is evidence, if you look for it, if you measure it, of these moments of recognition, of connection, of memory, the relaxation of the facial muscles from an existential terror, because part of what happens with some forms of dementia is you lose your conception of time. So you always feel like you're just waking up and you don't know what you've just lost, or you're dreading what's going to happen next. And in a way, the temporal lobe of the brain, as great of an asset as it is to humans, to create a falsely linear conception of time and how that helps us learn from the past and plan for the future, it was also, it came at a terrible cost, because with our sense of time came also a sense of loss and a sense. Buddhists recognize this is the source of most human suffering. And so with Alzheimer's disease, that becomes very apparent. They're living in this netherworld where that sense of time has fallen apart. And even in our contemporary society, we've spent so much time thinking about what we've lost, thinking about what might be coming, that we spend very little time in that present moment. And there's something about that aesthetic experience that reconnects time. Being in that present moment, connecting to the past, imagining a future, heals broken time. So when these museums began to come to me, I said, and they were asking very specific questions. Can we rethink the purpose of the museum from simply being repositories of valuable objects to being centers of community? Can we be a healing center? And my response, because I like being the devil's advocate, was, are you sure you want to heal the community? Isn't this more about healing yourselves? And they, what do you mean by that? And I said, well, look at the history of museums. Museums in their antecedent began as bastions of empire. When the great empires were first formed, what did they do? They took these art objects from the conquered peoples and paraded them through the town under the Arc de Triomphe and whatever else. And usually these objects, their original purpose was a healing purpose. But by capturing them and publicly displaying them to the populace and then housing them in the palace, what eventually became the museum, it was a symbolic form of showing dominion over a conquered people. And even in modern times, when US museums would be created in the 19th century, it was a corporate form of this. They would build new museums that looked like the European palaces, and they would intentionally have collections from around the world to show economic dominion and cultural dominion over people. So part of this transformation isn't just remarketing yourselves to help heal the community. You have to do this to heal yourselves. You have to go back to your collections and see what these objects originally were meant to do and embrace that. Go back to the healing power of those objects. And there's been a receptive response all around the world. Now for me, I had difficulty in these conversations too, because I did grow up in museums. They gave me such pleasure, and I could no longer enjoy them. I was afraid to go into the museums because I couldn't see those images that gave me such pleasure. And a number of years ago, right before the pandemic, I was going to give a performance at the Wellcome Trust in London, presenting my new strategy. And what I've always done before a performance is I like to take a walk, I like to listen to music, to get into the zone. And so I'm walking through London, and I'm wanting to go to the St. Martin's in the Fields to hear a midday concert, because part of the music, to me, especially in my state of limited vision, is to hear that music inhabit the physical space around me, and using my newfound echolocation to have these moments of sight through sound. And that's a transformative process for me. But on that day, I'm walking through Trafalgar Square before the lockdown, and there's a huge crowd of people there, and I'm being buffeted about, I'm getting disoriented, I'm like this flotsam in the stormy sea of humanity, and I wash up on the wrong side of the square. And my heart is pounding, I'm sweating, I'm feeling the state of anxiety. I'm having a panic attack. And when I realize that I'm not only on the wrong side of the square, but I'm in front of the National Gallery, which I'd been avoiding for years, my heart sank. But I thought, to escape the crowd, I'm going to go inside and just take refuge. So I go into the gallery, and I'm wandering around, and I'm trying to remember where I am. I'm alone, I'm disoriented, and I end up in this gallery with these monumental canvases. And I'm looking at them, and I'm trying to recognize them, and I see fog, I see rain, I see sailing ships, I see tangled humanity on the ships, this storm of emotions, of gloom, and I realize that I'm in the Turner room. And as I'm looking at these paintings and seeing this vision of this long-dead artist, the object he created, and my own experience reflecting in that moment of looking at it, I began to taste salt water on my cheeks. And for a moment I thought it was the salt spray of the mist of the paintings, and I realized it was the tears running down. Because I realized at that moment for the first time, looking through Turner's vision, the way he saw the world was identical to the way I saw the world now through my glaucoma. And for the first time, I could imagine that it was beautiful. There was something about the triangulation between this long-dead artist, the object, and my own experience that offered a kind of triangulation to navigate the stormy seas of my personal catastrophe, to find a safe haven. Just as you willingly close your eyes to better savor a glass of red wine, just as you willingly close your eyes to better embody a beautiful piece of music, just as you willingly close your eyes to trace the gentle slope of a lover's forearm, so too do I now accept the closing of my eyes to better share this moment with you. Thank you.
Do you want some water?
Oh, yeah. Vodka. How are we doing on time?
Yeah, perfect.
I tried to time it.
I ara és quan has de sortir per...
And now is when I have to speak. It could be worse. It could be after Roser's San Juan presentation, which is also going to be amazing.
You have been awesome, truly inspirational. Déu-n'hi-do. La Roser és per aquí?
Is Rosé around? Hello, Rosé. Are you around? So I'm going to give you a few minutes to recatch your breath after this very thought-provoking presentation. I warned you that it would be impactful but it's been just, wow, amazing. Let me go back to the coolness of the conferences program, and now the sound's over. No. Now, Rosé, when she can recatch her breath, she will present a very different project, a project on art residences in primary healthcare centers. It's going to be also a very interesting project, and afterwards we'll have the first coffee break, which will be also very, very needed to regain our breath. And after the break, we'll raise one of the topics that Chris has also raised: assessment, evaluation, measurement, with different experts who will tell us more about how we can assess and evaluate interventions in the field of art in health. We'll also discuss about trauma and about how trauma can be evaluated through a project that was implemented with women of different cultural background. Gila Fidel will tell us more about it, and then we'll also raise other topics such as Great Art Project with the Catalan Public Health Agency in collaboration with the MNAC, Rosa Puigpinos, and last but not least, we'll speak about another project that is being implemented with Valdebron in the oncologic department, with Ana Saro, who is a psychologist and an oncologist, and Norma Belez from the museum's team. And yeah, Rosé, are you ready? So please go ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours. Up you go. Thank you very much, Guillem. And thank you very much to all of you for being here. Congratulations for the first International Symposium, which for me it marks an occasion, a very timely and necessary occasion. I'm here to speak about an arts center in Lleida called La Panera, which is part of a art network scattered around the Catalan region, and which are public, municipal, and from the regional government. So we started working in health environments as of year 2011, 2010 maybe, and well, we thought, okay, we consider ourselves to be a community-based resource, so we have to work with all possible communities, with communities that are or feel interpeeled by contemporary art, and communities who feel somehow apart, those who visit museums and those who don't visit museums. And the director back then, Gloria Picasso, had a previous experience in working in art in France. And in France, this approach based on art in health is, let's say, taken very differently. And in the context of that experience, we asked a grant from the Euro region to know firsthand the French model that aims at ensuring that our projects act as mediators between the community and the health environment, involving patients, health professionals, and other relevant stakeholders. From there on, we decided to start interacting with the oncologic service, and we did put together a project with the support of the European Union, and the aim of the program was to open a residence of artists in this pediatric oncologic unit based on a methodology called design thinking. So through design thinking, we wanted to see how artists can, let's say, detect insights, and doing so from a cultural and health approach combined to try and solve human needs, which might be, for example, rethinking protocols, redefining protocols, improving communication between patients and doctors, raising awareness about how to, let's say, engage patients that have undergone radiotherapy, breaking a stigma around cancer, amongst others. The program that I will present today is the last residence that we are now managing, not in Vilanova Hospital, which is the hospital in which we have hosted 7 art residences, but this residence is taking place in a Lleida primary health care center in collaboration with Lara Fluxon. The artist is Lara Fluxon. Lara Fluxon has prepared a project entitled Lupe, and after several joint meetings, she wanted to see whether the object, or rather an art object, contribute to improving communication between patients and health professionals. And all this with the, so all these projects have something in common, which is that they all are based on a co-creation process. It's not like there's an artist that is placed in a random environment like the subway, for example. No. It's a project that is created within this very specific context, and this is the main difference of this residence, of this project. Now, Lara, we decided to focus on specific conditions, tobacconisms, anxiety, self-esteem, cycloma, and some other conditions. So these conditions, this disease, well, some of them are related, or are related to mental health, and others are more, let's say, physical. And Lara's task has been to trying and understand how doctors communicate to patients about their disease, right? About their conditions. Now, regarding methodology, we have had several meetings between the artists and health professionals around these productions, which are the artist's own productions. Recently, she was the representative of the Catalan Pavilion in the Venice Biennale. She works with glass, buffered glass, which is somehow fragile. It makes us, I mean, we all feel fragile, right? When we experience a new condition or a new situation, when we feel ill. Now, what really is important here also is to see how health professionals speak about our health through internet images or schemes. And we worked on this. We have been working with these images, and you can see here a health professional from this primary health center drawing a little image, and Lara prototyped these schemes through a more artistic way. Here we have some notes about the process. It's all about spotting a need, meeting, speaking about it, and transferring knowledge between the health and the cultural domains. Here we have some important elements to bear in mind. It is important to frame research, because artists, beyond being artists, they carry out their research in an environment which is not the health environment, but not the artistic environment, but the health environment. But of course, they need to work in partnership with health professionals. And not only health professionals, but many other stakeholders, parents, children, and of course, prejudice is never a good ally, so co-creation, as I've said before, is one of the pillars of the project that we have promoted up to date. We need to make the most of the artist's expertise in the area of visual arts, which at the end of the day is a way to also raise awareness about elements that oftentimes go unnoticed. Then there's one last stage, which is evaluation. I hope that in this conference we'll find formula that we can share. I urge you to find prototypes and share them with us. We'll be more than happy to use them. Here we have a specific example about how we work down this line. Now, on the one hand side, in the left hand side of the screen, you can see images of these prototypes, which are some sort of strange inwards or outwards shapes, and the artist develops all these prototypes with the relevant packaging, which will be used in a pilot stage. For us, throughout all these years, as I said before, we started our partnership in 2011, and we realized that before starting the implementation of the project, it took a while. So I urge you to use as much time as necessary in this stage, because it's only then that we can come up with a common language. And sometimes it's not easy. And we need to find also common objectives that do not divert the essence of the, let's say, practice in both domains, culture and health. So what would be the different stages? The problem first, what we want to research about, and how we want to do it. The, let's say, formalization of the research, and here is where, well, we are an arts center, but there are many other languages that one can use that can have a direct impact. We came up with a list of conditions, a long one, and we have tried and see if it's feasible from a technical perspective and from a communication perspective or from a priority perspective, and we've done that by health team. Last, there's this production, such as now it comes to partners. Now, health. So the array of possibilities that they offer in the framework of this program, there is a very extensive list of activities that contribute to the improvement of health in the community. And I believe that all cultural equipments should join efforts and contribute to the development of projects from different fields with a common objective. Here is another example on how we have, let's say, approach Here we have a clot obstruction, the image of a clot obstruction produced as a result of cholesterol. If I say some silly things, please let me know. I'm not a doctor. And this is a way to Here's a picture of the team that has participated to the project, and I really urge you to develop synergies with others, because as I said before, first and foremost, it's all about building trust, understanding that from art and culture, as the previous speaker said, we can contribute to the feeling of belonging. In this case, it's not about the community, but about improving communication between doctors and patients. After such a long time implementing this project, I believe there's quite a lot of work ahead, and I also believe that we can contribute to the common good. So I urge you to start thinking and reflecting one with another to shape new and very interesting projects. Thank you. Ole! ¿Qué tal?
Gràcies, Roser. Crec que ara ja hem de fer la pausa a cafè.
So time for a coffee break. And I believe it's the perfect occasion for networking and to regain our breath for the second part of the symposium. Thank you and enjoy your coffee break.
Val, doncs...
Excellent. So we're running a bit late, but that's usual in networking context. And now we will start with a short presentation by Ana Berenguera, who is a coordinator of the cross-sectional research unit. Just in case you do not know, Jordi Gold, the Jordi Gold Institution is the research institution centered on primary care, and it will face one of the main topics that concern us all, and it has been defined as a priority. And Chris Bailey also has underlined it. It's assessment. How can we assess an intervention of arts in health, which is what we all want? You have the floor. Well, good morning. Can you hear me well? Yeah, thank you very much indeed for inviting me. And today I have a big challenge, what everybody fears, i.e. evaluation. Probably there will be more questions than answers in my presentation, but I'd like to point out some of the key aspects that can actually help us all out. Let's start with the assessment. Assessment as a term and in etymological terms. Albert Barlow, which comes from Latin, implies evaluating, giving a value. What do we value? What do we do? These actions of arts in health, we should be able to assess them to see if they are truly efficient. And evaluations, what do they value mainly? Well, the adequacy of the action. Are they adequate? Do they work? Do they comply with the goals of our assessment and the degree of efficiency in terms of the result we get? Let's go to the essential aspects of the assessment. Some of you probably know it already, and some of you may not know it. Anything that you need, or that if you have any doubts, do not hesitate to ask me. We always concentrate on the design of the action of arts in health. But what we need is to define from the very onset the design of the assessment. In other words, we focus on which key concepts should the action include, but we do not think about how to assess it. And this is a key aspect that we should have as part of the protocol from the very onset. We should also be able to look beyond the positivist or pro-positivist paradigm in which we have all been trained, and this is part of the quantitative methodology. Do we go beyond? Do we look for mixed methodologies? People feel like expressing themselves, and oftentimes we carry out actions to improve people's quality of life, to improve their mental health, and through other methodologies, like the qualitative methodology, we can actually respond, we can get some of the assessment answers. The assessment should be useful. It should be useful to determine that the action can be applied in practice. It should be feasible. We should be able to do it whilst we are in the midst of the assessment process. It should not complicate things. It should be realistic and real with regards to what we can measure. It should be rigorous. Rigorous in a scientific sense, and with any type of methodology, quantitative, qualitative, or mixed. I was talking during the coffee break with some people from the Public Health Agency of Catalonia, they are using a mixed methodology, quantitative, qualitative. It gives you this opening, this holistic approach to respond to how people are experiencing that action. And it should be ethical. Why ethical? We're dealing with people. How have they experienced the assessment? How has their well-being and mental health improved based on the data protection law? You need to sign a well-informed consent, and that is related to rigor. The assessment process itself. Here there are some key aspects. First of all, we should know what we want to assess. If our action, what it actually wants to do, is to assess mental health, then we should look for, we should have a questionnaire, an instrument related to mental health, to mental well-being. If we want to assess the improvement of our mental health, we look for that, the quality of life. Instruments validated, a validated questionnaire that is about this subject matter. Let's not forget, there are many, many types of questionnaires, and they should be validated, because if not, you lose the scientific rigor. And we should also define what are the key moments to carry out the action. And I go to a second point here. It is always interesting to carry out a pre-assessment, a basal assessment, and a post-assessment. And if we want to see the time effects, we should go beyond. It is important, therefore, to define clearly in that assessment protocol, we should carry out the basal aspects, the post-intervention aspects, and also what is the effect of that intervention in time. And that means that if the intervention has lasted for 10 weeks, well, after 10 weeks, we should have an assessment, but also at the end of the year, to see if these effects are long-lasting. And then methodologies, other instruments, and techniques. And who will be participating in the assessment exercise? That's key too. Who are the participants of the assessment exercise? Who are the people who have participated in that action? But if it's about caregivers, well, they should also be interested in knowing what's the effect. The families or the professional people who are applying that action. There are many agents involved that we want them to participate in that assessment process. And the assessment has a cost in itself. Therefore, when you prepare your assessment research programs, you should never forget to actually do a budget for it. It should be part of the general and specific goals for your study. Assessment methodologies. We always have a tendency to use instruments or questionnaires, validated instruments, but here I'd like to go beyond. And this is also because my training has taught me. We're looking for the story, people's stories. They should tell us how that intervention fared with them. With the quantitative, we can improve, we can know how their life has improved. But with the qualitative one, the how, and how did it improve? The fact of going to a museum or participating in an action, as we have just been told, how has their mental health improved? And we can only know that through the narrative, through the stories that people tell us. And here we have many, many methodologies and techniques, like group interviews, individual interviews. We have artistic techniques. And given that we're talking about arts in health, you can have photolicitation, which are techniques through the use of pictures that allow the person to express how she or he feels. We should use these complementary or supplementary technologies, which will help us to determine whether the arts in health intervention has actually worked out or not. And then the complementarity of both methodologies, the quantitative one, to define whether the person has improved 2 or 3 score points in his or her life quality, and also to know why he or she has improved, because it will allow us to tailor-make the intervention. And here we get into the pilot phase. It is important, the actions we carry out and the assessments we carry out in arts in health, it is important to have a pilot and to know the professional people's perspectives, the patient's or perspective, and also to modulate this intervention based on their experiences. If we have this pilot, we will have a guarantee that all interventions actually work. Why? Because we'll be adapting ourselves to the needs and preferences of people, both those who apply them and those who receive them. evaluation or assessment processes phases. Okay, I'm actually talking in general terms. I mean, my presentation should last for many, many hours, but I've been allotted very little time. But, you know, we will meet each other again in other congresses. It's very important to define the program's goals. What is being assessed and why is it being assessed? What do we want to assess? We want to specify the framework, the paradigm, the variables, the aspects. I'm not talking only about variables, because I'm not talking about the qualitative methodology, but also the theme, the topic, from a qualitative point of view. We need to choose those techniques or instruments that are most adequate. We have a myriad of techniques that are very creative. Photo voice, what it actually does is to give a voice to the community. It's a technique that's very much used amongst teenagers. Oftentimes, teenagers have a hard time expressing themselves in group interviews. And through Instagram or through the social media, photography gives them power to express what they feel. And so this sort of intervention can be very useful. Information analysis, all of the information we have, you know, in the qualitative methodology and in the quantitative methodology, we merge it together and we use it in a way that can actually be publishable. We need to generate evidence out of all of these actions and all of these interventions. Yesterday, today, we're talking about very interesting actions that help us build up a roadmap of different interventions that can be carried out and how we can generate evidence on what works and what doesn't work. And in the assessment, we will know which are the ones that work and whether we need to keep on applying them or not. The presentation of the results in a scientific format, but also the results presentation addressed to the citizens, so that the citizens know about the results that have worked out, those actions that have actually been worked out, so that they can adhere to them. And for policymakers and for stakeholders, people who are key in the Ministry of Health, for this to work out. We can publish scientific articles or policy briefs, which are these essential recommendations for things to work out. And let me draw some conclusions now, because I have just used all of the time that had been allotted to me. Okay, the assessment allows us to generate evidence, and let me insist on this. If there is evidence, we can know whether we can transfer those interventions to other contexts and whether they can actually be implemented. The assessment must be a goal in itself of our health in arts actions. I was looking for a checklist to see if I'm missing something or if there is any document that could help you out when it comes to assessing interventions in arts in health. We do not yet have a checklist. Another conclusion, science gives us many instruments and many types of designs that allow us to establish the rigor that this assessment needs. Let's use them, because within the quantitative methodology and the qualitative methodology, we have a large variety of systems that we can use. And maybe the hardest one is the fact that the implementation of arts in health can only be carried out effectively if we carry out assessment exercises and if we generate evidence. Nothing is useful if we may generate many actions, but we need to know what's the impact on our population. If not, it's useless. And in addition, from a context point of view, they can be useful here, but maybe they cannot be useful elsewhere. So we have to carry out implementation assessments in different contexts. And that's all. That's what I wanted to share with you about the assessment. I don't know whether I have generated more confusion or questions, but I believe that these are the essential premises we need to bear in mind when we talk about assessment. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Anna. In fact, we were saying this yesterday. To which extent can we communicate something that we're working on and that we cannot announce because it's not yet done? But we can actually tell you that the Vertigol Foundation and the Catalan Public Health Institute are working on how to systemize these mechanisms and these assessment documents that will allow you to develop evaluation strategies, integral assessment strategies. I believe that this has an enormous potential in primary care centers and in community interventions, but not only that, but also in the hospital environment. But you must know that we are having conversations and discussions and work meetings to be able to give you news in the short term and to generate documents that will be useful for you when it comes to starting projects of arts in health. Anna just talked about communication, the importance of scientific communication. And to talk about this, we have Gila Fidel from the Vall d'Hebron Hospital. She will explain, based on the scientific publication, if we use the recent scientific publication to link up different aspects that we've been working out these days. And allow me to publicly acknowledge, this presentation had to be done with Gila and Tony Ramos, and he has been mentioned these days. He's an extraordinary person, and from the very onset, he has added his expertise to the teams of arts in health. And unfortunately for health problems, he has not been able to come here today, and so Gila will do it on her own. And she's not feeling very well either, so she has had to make a big effort to come here and do it. Thank you very much for your effort, Gila. Well, thank you. Not only for your words, Guillaume, but also I'd like to thank the organizers for this first symposium. So powerful. And Guillaume said so. Yesterday, I was in hospital as a patient. And, well, thank you for the effort you have made to have the enormous figures we have here today who represent an enormous current of arts in health these days. I loved what has been said today. Christopher Bailey and also our colleagues from Lleida, our colleague from the Jordi Gall Foundation, because we are traveling a road based on complicity, but also the synergies of creating networks, as Anna said, that are so important to create this roadmap of initiative actions and assessments. Today we will present a piece of work, and Teresa Gonzalez did it with us. We started in 2018. Our first discussions in 2019, we worked on... Should I get closer to the mic? Can you hear me well? Yes. So we started working in 2019. Intense work to create complicity and a common shared language between the network, the museums and health, and a specific type of health, mental health, to be able to carry out this study. And for this study, we could do it just before the COVID pandemic, during the first phase, but we could also continue with the assessment during the first year of COVID, which had this double-fold aspect of being an accompaniment, a coaching for these people, but also to know what tools had been useful for them, what they learned during the intervention to face something as unheard of as a pandemic, lockdown, and different type of losses. So this has been published, and that's why Guillaume mentioned that it's in open access. You can access it. This is just the title of the presentation. And if anybody has difficulties to reach this article, please just tell us, and we will send it to you. No worries, no problem. As Anna has just said, we asked to have the authorization of our bioethics committee, and something that's very relevant that Christopher said this morning, the resources. This is made up of resources, of human resources, in the sense of love, commitment. There is no financial return. There is no financial support, but we were very much supported by both institutions, the Vall d'Hebron Hospital and the National Museum of Art in Catalonia. It's very important to think that we were going to work with women, which is what we wanted. Our target group were women from a cultural context that's very different from ours. And as we knew at a clinical level, in terms of the care model they were receiving at the hospital, they came with situations that were perfectly well framed in a diagnostic called the post-traumatic complex. This is one of the worst diagnoses that we have. They had all gone through terrible migration processes. All of them had financial difficulties, social difficulties, etc., etc. Which made us think from a vision, those of us who are in general culture, which is called the intersectionality. And to think these stressors as active stressors, not past stressors. Migration processes were still present. Cultural, language differences, precariousness, social support lacks. This is like a big load on their backs. And the idea was to create these spaces in which they felt safe and well. I'm not going to tell you about what the stressor is. It is a diagnosis which is part of the post-traumatic stress, but it is maintained in time. And in addition to the other diagnoses of re-experimentation, dissociation, etc., etc., there is a very big emotional deregulation and difficulties in their interpersonal relationships. And that makes it very difficult for these people to have a diagnosis. And the other point is that we had to think about how to make an approach that's based on a well-verified evidence, which is a model that should be brief for group interventions. And we thought about a model that had a lot of evidence in the English-speaking world, but that did not have an evidence in our world or in our language. It's called the SAR model. And in that model, and all of the documents we have brought forward, you see that the first part is more training. I mean, it's a model, actually modeled by Marlene Cloytra. She's a PhD in psychology, and she said that oftentimes people with complex post-traumatic stress cannot talk about their experiences in plural, but they are able to learn to regulate some of the difficulties they have. For example, the emotional regulation, and this is very wide scoping, and we will see how she works it out, and also to modulate the relationships that they generate with the rest of their environment. There is a course, an internet course that's given, and you have the link here or the reference, it's in English. It's a very interesting course, and it's open to all of the audience with a final score. This is the book by Dr. Cloytre, who also brings forth more information about other studies applied to the model. And here you have the document that we generated internally between the museum, the National Art Museum, with a team of Teresa Gonzalez and the educators from the education department at the museum, and ourselves. Well, we tried to adapt and take care at the same time of the original model of INSER with the idea of make it more accessible to all of the target population, i.e. the patients with whom we wanted to work. There is also documents that we generated. We have Dr. Cloytre's approval in the first group that could make the cultural adaptation for this model. Out of all of this, in the future, if you want to ask anything about it, please, I'll be delighted to answer you. But given the tradition of community-based work, to them it was very simple to adapt it to the model of arts in health, because the museum for many, many years has been working in integration projects that are very much related to promoting the proximity of the museum to the community needs and to raise awareness amongst different age groups and different contexts, etc., etc. We also believe that the intervention in the museum was very powerful because from our Western point of view, our anthropocentric point of view, we thought that the museum was a place for these women. It's a especially good space in the sense that it gets them closer to a non-health, non-stigmatizing space, and very much integrated with the community and with high prestige, in which mental health implies that it had to be a good project. Let's try it out. Let's see what happens. Instead of the 8 weeks of the original model, we extended it to 10 weeks. One initial weekly session for the integration of the group so that they got to know each other. Then the blocks, which are 4 sessions about emotional regulation and 4 sessions about the improvement of interpersonal relationships, and then a closing session. Now, the main hypothesis for us was that that design started out from the basis of verifying the efficiency of this model when it is transferred to the current culture for these women in that context, in which we saw a comparison between a group that we would develop in the space that they already knew, the hospital, compared to another group that would be combined with the museum's educators with a methodology that they manage very, very well, which is the visual thinking system, and our approach of our techniques. We highlighted in that comparison that is the fact that we were very sure that the people who would come to the museum would have not only the same efficiency with regards to the model, but they would also feel more adhered and a quality of life related to what belongs to the community, a sense of satisfaction with regards to this model, compared with those that were still following the type of treatment only within the hospital walls. For us, that comparison, to be able to do it in different fields, was very relevant, and it was always thought from what we could call a pilot project. We developed a methodology based on rescuing a number of women, a lot of whom had already been subjected to a treatment within a program we call a transcultural program, a transcultural psychiatry, and others that came from the program I coordinate, which is a traumatic stress program. One of the conditions was to have a better understanding of Spanish or Catalan, at least to understand the proposals and to maintain a group coherence, because a group can be a great promoter, but if you do not have this interaction model, it could be a hurdle for their participation. We have decided not to give them too many questionnaires, but it's very important that we had a pre-intervention, a post-intervention, and a follow-up throughout 1 year. You may well imagine that these women, when they started the assessment project, they were just like us with regards to COVID. Therefore, they were locked down. They were in a situation of difficulty, a lot of them with very difficult dwelling unit conditions, physical problems, material problems, not being able to go to work, etc., etc. We interviewed twice the amount of people we could integrate in the groups, and we worked with 13 women initially in one group and 13 women in another group. In the publication, you will see a number of demographic and social data about these women. For example, that in a questionnaire that measures the amount of trauma events they had, they go above 3 or 4 times the general population. So that implied an internal consistency with regards to the diagnosis they had received. Their birthplaces, you will see the enormous diversity. Their mother tongues were very diverse, very diverse. We had people from Africa, Eastern countries, South America, Northern Africa, etc. We had a migration status that was quite weak for them. Some of them had asked for asylum, and they had not got a refugee status yet, and they had been working on it for many years. Some of them had residence permits, but not all of them. The self-perceived situation in terms of the financial level was very low, except for one. The rest had children, and many children did not live with them, so that's also a reason for mourning. And I'm going to speak faster, because here, in terms of results, here we differentiate according to groups. and then I'll explain why we have the group as a whole. A group that, as you can see, we assessed mainly in terms of the trauma, stress, traumatic stress, symptomatology, anxiety, or the symptoms, depression symptoms they had, and also their quality of life and their satisfaction. That was part of our hypothesis. You can see here how initially anxiety and depression were at very high levels and how that was being regulated or adjusted throughout time, which means that at the end of this assessment process, 1 year after the project had been finished, we had a footnote, qualification by the participant that was very positive in terms of their symptoms. Something that's very relevant too, and that surprised us very much, is that the symptomatology of traumatic stress expressed by them was not that significant. It was not as high as we had thought originally. But at the end, they had a very clear awareness about their symptoms, and even the coincidence of the fact that the post-assessment was done when the group said farewell, well, there was a re-experiencing or acuteness of that symptomatology. But what's also very interesting, in spite of finding themselves in the midst of the COVID pandemic, we saw how they kept at a low level these symptomatology levels, both in terms of avoidance, anxiety, and depression in the situation. What happened to the quality of life? You can see it here. Very interesting how the quality of life initially was very low and how both groups improved the quality of life with some differences that are not associated to the groups. Not because of the randomness or the randomization of the group we're going to assign that, but due to other factors linked to the COVID situation. And now we are thinking, as a conclusion, what happened to our goals? Of course, we attained our goals, we achieved our goals. We divided them into two groups, and how we could apply in an original and new way a model that had never been applied. Well, that had what we expected, an efficiency over these women in terms of their symptomatology, of a core group of symptomatology of the women who had complex post-trauma stress. But in terms of symptomatology, let's make a leap forward of the hypothesis which we had, which was with less satisfaction. They did not reach a satisfaction that's significantly better than in the museum compared to the hospital. And it made us wonder and ask them, is there something you're not telling us? I mean, this qualitative assessment. They said, well, the museum is like a palace. I mean, our concept, when people said, okay, let's go to the museum to do this or that and to have our own gaze, as people who live in Catalonia, who know this museum, we love this museum. It is a palace, but it's an open palace. It's not a closed palace. That was very different from the vision they had. To them, this was a palace, but it was a palace that was very difficult to access. It was a palace that, even though the facilities that were given to them, it actually overwhelmed them. We told the museum authorities that when we actually carry out another exercise like this one, and I can tell you, we can now instrumentalize the changes in this project for the intervention of health in arts or arts in health. We have to let these women get to know better the museum before starting our actions. The experience which we promoted is the fact that it's not an unknown space for them, and none of them had ever visited the museum ever before. Therefore, it was a barrier that not only could be overcome in one day, but no, we had to work on it at the hospital. They knew each other, but at the hospital it's as difficult to access as here. But they had had a previous hospital experience, but they had not had a previous museum experience. So it's very relevant that for each one of these experiences, when we assess them, we should assess not only what happens with people with whom we carry out the intervention, but what happens with all of the project. And the project, we can say, was a successful project, and the results are quite optimal. I mean, we even have a pilot project, but we need to improve. I mean, there is room for improvement. You know, the letting these women become familiarized with an environment they didn't know. I mean, to them, it was a big challenge to come here. We need to ease how to make them feel at home, a part of them, as if it were the third home. And these results are quite promising, but they are also results in a very small-sized group. Therefore, we have to make a leap forward in terms of results, and we have to think, okay, these are promising results, but what should we do? Therefore, what science tells us is, okay, let's widen the sample. Let's extend the sample, and now we are having conversations to be able to replicate and extend this project, not only with women with different cultural backgrounds, but also other groups, because the main challenge has already been done at the hospital with the Ministry of Culture and Education here, or the Department of Culture and Education here at the museum, and therefore we know we have already traveled off a road, and we need to value it, because we have done a lot of work. We have had many meetings to create this complicity, as Rosé said, and we need to give them the space and the promotion it requires. And therefore, the point is not only to limit ourselves to a specific group, but to extend it to others and to widen our sample, because that's what we want. Arts in health should be what we should promote, not only today, but also in the future. And as Anna also said, we should not only limit ourselves to the quantitative aspects of a scientific study, i.e. the publication, and we can actually send it to you, but that's not what's most relevant about what has been published in, like, for example, the Journal of Trauma and Treatment, which is a high-impact journal, and the article is being widely discussed, but we should also be able to transfer it with the quality and the warmth that this background work that has been done could have in terms of the value that it has for all of us, and so that we can share it with all of you. Therefore, we need to implement some changes. We need to learn from our experience. That's what we should all do. We should disseminate the results, not only in the scientific literature, but also in spaces like this first international meeting. We need to create new target groups to be able to apply the model, a rich model that gives results, that's efficient in how it is applied. And this arts in health paradigm, this collaboration paradigm, this paradigm that allows us to reach more people should be extended to as much as possible. Thank you very much indeed to all of you on my own behalf, and on behalf of Tony Ramos, whom I apologize for his absence here today, but we'll leave you with these two email addresses in case you want to get in touch with us. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. So now we will start with the next panel, and we would like to welcome Rosa Puig-Pinós and Teresa González. She comes from the Barcelona Public Health Agency. She has been working on innovative approaches for a long time, and Teresa González from the Catalonian National Art Museum. They will present the project Large Art. First of all, we will present an overview of the project here at MNAC, if the technology allows us to do so.
Conèixer gent nova, el grup que hem fet, estem molt integrades totes.
Ha sido una experiencia que no me lo pensaba, que lo iba a pasar tan bien. Y es ahora y disfruto. Antes no conocía a nadie. Ahora sí, ya digo que son muy amables. Hay una que me dijo, ay, he pensado mucho en ti, me dice a mí. Y digo, cara, y digo, qué bien.
La cultura i l'art ens connecta amb nosaltres, amb la nostra història i ens projecta al futur. Visibilitzar i posar en el centre a les persones grans en la vida cultural de la ciutat, que sigui un espai on trobar-se amb altres persones i puguin establir relacions i socialitzar.
T'oblides de problemes, d'angoixa...
Bueno, bon dia. Nosaltres ara us presentarem el disseny i l'avaluació, que s'ha estat repetint fins ara, del projecte Art Gran. Aquest projecte es va coordinar des de l'Agència de Salut Pública de Barcelona, però vam treballar des del primer moment colze amb 6 museus de la ciutat de Barcelona, amb professionals de l'atenció primària, amb professionals de serveis socials i després també amb tota la xarxa del barri. L'objectiu que ens plantejàvem nosaltres era reduir la solitud no desitjada de les persones grans. Havien passat una pandèmia que encara va empitjorar la situació, s'havien quedat molt tancats a casa i els hi proposàvem aquesta intervenció. Amb tot això, volíem millorar l'estat de salut.
The perceived health state and their situation by generating new social contexts. As I'm telling you, it was a very multidisciplinary work team, and when we started working all together, we got a number of challenges. The first of which was that museums, there are people in the city who had never gone to a museum. Some thought, well, that's for people who have a certain culture, who love culture. Well, the first challenge we had was to say, no, museums and culture are for everybody, and here everybody has a right to express an opinion. So that's the first hurdle we had to overcome. Secondly, Barcelona is a very large city, and cultural facilities are not distributed homogeneously. They tend to be concentrated in the city center, in the Eixample district, and in some peripheral areas like the one we find ourselves in. It's not easy to reach, bearing in mind the audience, our target audience. So that's the second challenge, accessibility.
And then, of course, if we want to produce change, well, the intervention or the actions cannot be limited to, let's say, 1, 2, or 3 days visits to museums. No, there needs to be a support process, right? So we thought that the minimum would be to carry out 10 sessions, 10 visits to the museum. And as the previous speaker mentioned, it is important to visit the same museum because we want to make sure that people feel like museums can feel like home as you step into them. And this is the reason why we wanted them to become acquainted, good friends, so to speak, with one museum, and that's why we focused on this program based on 10 visits. And we wanted to make sure that if this proved to be, let's say, useful, we wanted to make sure that professionals would prescribe the actions or the interventions. And of course, doctors do never prescribe anything unless it's based on evidence and it's been assessed. So we also designed the evaluation model, which is a very experimental model. There's a pre-assessment and a post-assessment with an intervention and a comparison group. And as Ana Berenguera said, we used both methodologies, the quantitative methodology with the validated questionnaires and the qualitative, because both have to go hand in hand. So we had decided that the agencies, quality services, who are very much acquainted with the situation in the streets, they, let's say, share their views on priority areas. We had to find these people that were experiencing undesired loneliness, and this is why we work with primary care centers, some of which depended on ICS, others perhaps not. We also worked in partnerships with social workers. In all these neighborhoods, there are health forums, and in these health forums, there is a clear convergence of all the forces, so to speak, of that neighborhood, because there's a representative of the primary health center, from radars, from bonds or vinclas, as we call them here, and then there's also what we call, well, our professionals and our community agents who work in collaboration with all the tissue. So we decided that they had to identify between 20 and 30 individuals. We wanted to organize 2 groups. And once we had identified them randomly, we said, okay, this is going to be the intervention group and this is going to be the comparison group. So once we had put together the groups, we gathered them in a community center. We visited them in this community center, and in this first session we informed them about the program, and they had to sign an informed consent because we wanted to produce a clip that the one we have presented. And we said, listen, this is the first experience we have in the field, and we need your help. We need to know if you like the program or if you don't. And we're going to be carrying out 3 interviews, 3 questionnaires. So, you know, they were very open to it. And in the pre-survey, well, we did it right away with validated questionnaires. We wanted to better understand how they were doing, mentally speaking, in terms of social networks, etc. So the intervention group carried out its intervention from April to June, and at the end of this period, we carried out another survey, and now there has been the follow-up. It would not have been ethical to limit the intervention, and then in December, 3rd stage, we have asked them how things have worked, so this could be considered the follow-up stage. Here is a list of the museums that have taken part of the intervention. One of them is this very same museum, the MNAC, with participants from Vila de Gracia and Camp d'en Grossot. Those from La Salut neighborhood were summoned in CCCB in Barcelona City Center. From No Barris, there was a group, the Porta group, who would meet in Caixa Forum, and Prosperitat neighbors would go to the Picasso Museum, and then Guinardó and Baix Guinardó, who would gather in Sant Pau Hospital, in the marvelous modernist buildings of Sant Pau Hospital, and in Montbau and Valdebro, they would meet in MACBA. Now, Teresa will tell you more about what they did in these meetings. In the information session, they met 2 key stakeholders. One was the cultural mediator, the professional with whom they would be in the museum during the 10 sessions, and then the social mediator, who did set up a WhatsApp group to do the follow-up through WhatsApp. She would even pick them up in the neighborhood and help them take the subway. Many of them were even afraid of being on a subway. They didn't know how to. And of course, then they would be accompanied back to their neighborhood. And these cultural mediators were very much partnered, and they also defined indicators on the intervention that had to be assessed, and they did a personalized follow-up of each individual. Member X started being very depressed, and now he has improved his state of mind, and he's now integrated. Teresa, if you want to move on.
Sí. Evidentment que jo parlo en nom de tots els companys.
I speak on behalf of all the different colleagues that have taken part of the program, the cultural institutions that have taken part of the project. So if I miss any bit, they will further elaborate on my explanations. But let me start by saying that I speak on behalf of many different colleagues. When Rosa asked us to attend a first meeting, she asked us to define an intervention model in the different cultural institutions. And she realized that behind each cultural institution, there's an incredible amount of expertise that can be an added value in the framework of the different actions in the field of health. So it wasn't a difficult task. It was long, but not difficult. And I have to underline this. The incredible capacity we proved to interact between different institutions with their own specificities and share our respective expertise in order to design a project which, even if we are all different and we all represent different institutions, we, let's say, joined efforts in benefit of a superior good. And this is the model that we implemented, which is composed by 4 parts, reflecting the experience I mentioned before. We have always been convinced that museums or the cultural centers had to become gathering centers, points of encounter, so that people would feel like at ease, like at home, with no symbolic barriers, with no... People sometimes feel like, what am I doing in this museum? What am I doing in this palace? So this was the first element that we wanted to avoid. This is the first challenge we had to overcome. We wanted to make sure that all participants felt welcomed, at ease in the museums, so that at the end of the intervention, the museum or the cultural center became like home. And I think we made it possible. We achieved this aim. But not only we wanted to make sure that one specific spot of a museum or a cultural center was home and we would meet there and grab coffee and cookies and exchange our experiences the previous week. No. Throughout the intervention, throughout the journey, we wanted to broaden the socialization environment. So from the moment I get out my place, I jump into a bus, or on the way towards the museum, or in the rooms where we meet and we carry out the intervention. All these moments are extremely relevant when it comes to developing a sound relationship between different members of the group, reflecting our own interests and emotions and feelings. So this is a first challenge that we overcame. Secondly, we had to think about how to bring together different members of the group and heritage, art, music, art heritage, the building, etc. So we agreed easily on how to approach this challenge because we all have similar systems or approaches in order to bring together people, and they are all valid, they are all okay. It's all about underlining the different mechanisms that we would use to glue people together, and we also wanted to use a perspective focused on ensuring a connection between individual realities and the proposal per se, and how everyone, let's say, gained an active role or developed an active role. It was also important to ensure that we could allow people to gain awareness about the actions that they are undergoing or experiencing. There's another element that has to be absolutely taken into account, which is boosting their interest, their eagerness to keep learning, to use their previous experiences and to integrate new knowledge into their past experiences. And then there's another item or element which was very nice, and it was marvelous to see how everyone was so generous. Generosity was present all the time. through a smile, through the way people will interact one with another. Also educators, the social educator, the cultural educator. So this feeling of generosity was omnipresent. And for me, it was extremely beautiful and spectacular. So methodologies to get closer to art, such as the close look strategy, performance, small activations, a short walk around the neighborhood, the botanical garden, sharing lifelines, all these actions that we perform on our heritage environments was key in order to reach these 5 stages of emotional well-being. There's another element, another important scope of the project was to ensuring the existence of a creation environment. What do I mean by that? I mean, and this environment had to be, of course, a safe space of mutual trust between participants and cultural mediators, an environment that would allow participants to experience in safety. And what do I mean when I say experiencing? Experiencing the use of different techniques, materials, technologies that allow them to express themselves individually, but also collectively, building a safe environment and ensuring that such environment becomes a forum for a common reflection. So if you facilitate environments of this nature, if you build environments of this nature, quite rapidly, everyone feels the urge to express oneself, to show who they are. So let me move on and let me close. Let me give the floor back to Rosa so she can conclude. There's another very important element which we believe to be a key tool, a central tool. This was not compulsory, but we asked people, or we urged people to write a personal diary that would help them keep the pace, share reflections, thoughts, and sharing with their relatives and friends, last but not least. And we believe this to be a key element. It has been said before, we had to think about the transition and now what happens next, right? And I believe that we have, or we are looking for the way to ensure the participation in the near future so that it becomes autonomous with no tutel from the museum, so that participants to the program end up becoming friends of the museum, ambassadors in intergenerational programs, or perhaps they can participate in other cultural environments such as civic centers, so that they become active citizens. Having said that, I'm gonna give the floor back to Rosa. Let me share a few preliminary outcomes. We are in the descriptive stage of our outcomes document, in which we see certain trends. When it comes to the first objective, tackling undesired loneliness, the members of the intervention group have obtained better outcomes than the other group, and those of the participants who have attended half of the sessions have improved much more than those who have attended less sessions. The qualitative outcomes are also coherent with the previous outcomes. Some people feel very lonely, so having some time in society helped them incredibly. Now, when it comes to the second target, perceived health and quality of life, there is a clear tendency, especially when it comes to quality of life. The intervention group obtains dramatically better outcomes than the intervention group, and especially those who have carried out the entire experience. They say, well, being active, not being at home all the time, using public transport is very helpful. And participants also make a clear relationship between physical health and emotional health. They say, oh, when you open up mentally, everything runs smoothly. When it comes to emotional health, the intervention group has improved its mental health in terms of sadness and mental health. And those who have carried out the entire session, all the sessions, improve more than others. They say it's an energy booster. During the activity, you forget about your concerns and your problems. And, well, one of the ladies said, I was in a black hole and I'm feeling much better. When it comes to satisfaction level, 9.5 out of 10. They look forward to more. They would recommend the program to all their friends. They rank 10 out of 10 the, let's say, warmth received from other professionals, and they consider that professionals have taken a very different approach compared to what they are used to. Thank you very much, and we are very sorry for eating part of your time.
Gracias, Rosa.
Thank you very much, Rosa and Teresa. Thanks for your enthusiasm and for your energy. Let's speak about 3 further projects in which the museum, the MNAC, in partnership with other museums, let's say, has been a partner to. Here's another project that is in the process of being implemented. As I said before, we are implementing this project with the Valdebron Hospital, and we will have now members of this project from another perspective, that is how this is being designed in real time, what debates are, let's say, being raised, and how this very ambitious project is being, let's say, shaped and designed. Norma, Anna, the floor is yours, and thank you very much. Thank you, and good morning. Anna and I are here in representation or on behalf of the different teams that are implementing the project. The project is an art intervention that will be carried out here in the museum. A group of 10 teenagers who have been diagnosed of cancer by the oncology service of Valdebron University Hospital, and this art action will be followed by a analysis in terms of health outcomes. So we have always been aware that teenagers will have to visit the museum with support adults. We know that a severe condition diagnosis has a direct impact on patients and relatives, and this is why we thought it would be interesting to promote a parallel activity that will be entitled Art Evenings, and here in the museum they will be entitled to work in collaboration with La Mestras, a museum mediator, so they can share their experiences and enjoy a certain degree of well-being. The project is or stems from a partnership between MNAC, Valdebron University Hospital, and ICS. The project has not yet been implemented. It's a co-creation project. We have co-designed it between these 3 entities. We share expertise from both fields, culture and health. We came to the conclusion that it was necessary to ensure that museum mediators who will be engaging with patients have psychological support and psychological advice in case they encounter tricky situations compared to what they are used to. So we will have a follow-up group led by psychologists, and there will be also a previous training so that the team has the necessary resources to respond to difficult situations. It could be said that the program had an excellent kick-off, an excellent beginning. So art and art in health strategies are one of our priorities. So they have a specific budget, but at the same time, in this case, Leo Messi offered the boots with which he had beaten the world scoring records. So the shoes were sold in an auction, and the funds have been used in funding the project. So the program has been possible thanks to Messi and we started working through periodic meetings that have already been placed in the agenda in order to design the project. Within the MNAC, we are in a restructuring stage with the inclusion of Guillem de Fac, who has been pushing for arts in health in Catalan museums. As you can imagine, this has been an important push for the museum in order to deploy this strategic line. And the person in charge of activities, Esther Fuerte, decided to set up a team which will have two pillars in order to build up this project. One pillar will be content moderation. She will lead this pillar, and she will include two external partners with a great deal of experience in education. One is Natalia Esquinas, who is an art historian. She's an expert in modernist sculpture, and she's been also working in museums for many years, also here in MNAC, so she's acquainted with the strategies and the collections. Also, we will incorporate Eva Villanova. Eva Villanova has been working in projects for many years. She's a pedagogist by training, and she's been working in art projects in art and community health. From this core, we will start producing content proposals, which will be shared with all the health teams, and this will be, let's say, used in order to fine-tune the project. Natalia and Eva are the ones who will be in charge of the mediation with the youth. And I would like to underline also this part of the task, right? Because we oftentimes obsess too much about design, and we do not pay enough attention to the moment when projects become a reality, the moment when mediators start working with patients. So beyond this pillar, the content definition pillar, there will be, or there is already, the technical coordination team. I am the leader of the technical coordination team, and this is why I'm here on behalf of all my colleagues. We have also brought on board Guillem de Fac, and from here on, we will start producing content, and health professionals will, let's say, see whether the content is suitable for the profile of the youth we want to work with, and of course make sure that they match the health objectives they have from their side. So we are eager to listening to participants. This has not yet been possible because the project has not kicked off. We are about to receive the authorization of the Hospital Ethics Committee, and as we receive it, we'll start recruit patients in the hospital, and we'll also open a room here in the museum, a classroom, because we want to neutralize the whole palace effect, like, oh, what am I doing in this palace? No, we want to make sure that there's a room, a classroom, a friendly classroom, personalized and tailor-made for this activity. We want to make sure that participants feel safe and feel like at home until the moment the art intervention ends. Once we receive the authorization, we are ready to start the project, to launch a project. Hello. So, when it comes to background information, we need to bear in mind that cancer teenage patients are especially vulnerable to social isolation. After carrying out a bibliographic research, we have realized that there is a clear scarcity of oncologic teenage patients and art. So considering this vulnerability, we believe it is very important to promote an emotional well-being for oncologic young patients. So one of the main aims is to carry out a research on whether art activities contribute to boosting emotional well-being and self-image, as well as self-confidence, and tackling physical changes or the impact of physical change that cancer produces, both amongst oncologic teenage patients and their relatives. And this, we hope, will be possible in these evenings for art. We will carry out a SENA survey which is validated, and will also share a satisfaction survey or questionnaire with participants, which has been tailor-made for this specific case. We want to boost adaptive social activities and reduce social unrest, allow them to share their experiences. We want to provide them with tools in order to manage uncertainty. We want to bring teenagers closer to art, and we want them to perceive art as a potential communication channel. And last but not least, we want to ensure a production, let's say, a certain projection of the program towards a hospital. When it comes to the methodology of the research, this is a qualitative intervention research with a total duration of 1.5 years, during which we will have 9 art sessions focused on teenagers between 12 and 17 years old. This will happen twice a week. We will also carry out a pre and a post assessment based on the SENA survey in order to assess the impact of the intervention and carry out a statistical analysis. As we've said before, families will also be invited to be present in the evenings for art, and their participation will be assessed through a specific questionnaire. Opening doors is based on the concept of the door, right? Even if it's an everyday life item, it has a great degree of meaning. So they will have to produce an art piece which will have a very special meaning. They will work with a door. They will work in pairs. Each pair will have one door with a frame. The door will open and close, and they will be able to apply different techniques on the door. So they will have to work on the inspiration of the collection with many different doors in it, and they will be also in touch with all these art pieces through the different techniques that Eva and Natalia will use in order to transform these art pieces into a source of inspiration and also an engine for dialogue, knowledge about oneself, and self-awareness using BTS techniques, which have been used in the department for many years now with very positive outcomes. They have proven to be very useful to promote dialogue and participation and to approaching art from a collective perspective, from a different perspective. Montserrat Morales will allow me to simplify things. She was the one in charge of implementing this technique to the museum. My apologies for being so simplistic. Patients will count on the technical participation of all the relevant teams here in the museum, such as the infrastructure team, as well as curators, experts in wood restoration who will advise them whenever they need them. And of course, they will enjoy the inspiration of being in direct interaction with art pieces. We have structured the 9 sessions in different blocks or chapters. There's no time now to tell you more about how they will, let's say, be. There's Eva, Natalia, and Laia here, so if you want more information about each segment, please get in touch with us. We'll be more than pleased to share this with you. In the first block, composed by 2 sessions, we want to make sure that they engage with art pieces. In the second block, we will get hands-on and we will actually carry out the art action. And the third segment will be based on an encounter to exhibit the doors and to see how our creation coexists with our peers' creations. And last but not least, there will be an assessment session with the participation of all the relevant stakeholders, the youth and families. When it comes to Tardes d'Art, evenings for art, Laia has already defined a journey that will be adapted to the needs of the participating families. We want to make sure that families have a great time here in the museum. We want to make sure they enjoy their time in the museum, they chill, and they, let's say, switch perspectives. Now to conclude, and when it comes to the relevance of the project, the outcomes of the research will allow us to identify strategic and therapeutic tools based on art with the aim to describe and carry out art interventions in health that will be able to be implemented to other contexts and health objectives. Thank you very much.
Gràcies, Norma i Anna.
Thank you very much, Norma and Anna. If you allow us a minute, we'll change a little bit the setting for the participatory workshop. Let me tell you how it will work.
Dels museus com a espais inclusius per la salut i el benestar, que lliga perfectament amb tot el que hem anat explicant ara, us demanarem, és una activitat molt relaxada, evidentment és voluntària. En el marc del projecte europeu s'ha desenvolupat una enquesta per obtenir informació de gent qualificada de determinats sectors de l'àmbit tant de les arts com de la salut, i us demanaríem, ara us posarem l'enllaç, de fet és aquest enllaç, vull dir, amb aquest codi QR teniu l'enllaç a una pàgina web a la qual hi ha una enquesta online, relativament res, són 5-10 minutets, que ens interessaria que amb la cama us podeu aixecar, perquè aquesta mitja hora...
So actually, please, if you are so kind as to respond to the survey, and at the same time, if you're interested in taking part in a half an hour, 20 minutes session that will take place in the room nearby, Antonella and the European colleagues will have some more qualitative questions for you. It will be in English. So if you're interested in the field of inclusion, health, art, in theory, you might be, you should be interested in health and art. So if you would like to spend these 20 minutes in this workshop here nearby, please come and Antonella will welcome you. So please, feel free to join the workshop now.
Are you coming? Oh, good. She was Marta Peandor. She was one of my interviewees at the ANSIAN program. I don't know if you know about ANSIAN. No. It's a large organization in the US working with technology and Inclusive Memory Project. Okay, so
Val? Hola, hola. Molt bé, doncs...
So, the workshops have been high on demand. You were so engaged that we didn't want to interrupt you. And we've left a little bit more of extra time. So my remarks are going to be brief. Unfortunately, the director, Pepe Serra, had to leave. He had to leave at 2, so unfortunately, he will not be able to close the session, and I will be in charge of closing the International Symposium. The last presentation, well, Laia Brufau has been recently appointed coordinator of the Arts in Health unit, and the last presentation was entitled Health and Well-Being are a Strategic Axis in MNAC. This has been the case for quite a long time now, and for 2 days we have been speaking about the new mission, the enlargement of the social responsibility that museums hold and cultural institutions in general, and we are entering a new cycle. Chris Bailey, he's not here because he's being interviewed by La Vanguardia. That will be published next Saturday. Well, Chris Bailey told us that in his interaction with the MoMA, allowed MoMA to change the mission of the museum. This is quite something, changing MoMA's mission. Not a bad target. So here, from the National Museum, we believe this to be an excellent example, and we believe we shall also redefine our mission. We have been working for quite a long time, and I believe a new stage starts.
Principis de setembre al museu. M'he trobat un equip espectacular i he vist també com grans dels fonaments de treball d'aquest grup humà és extraordinari, sobretot el servei educatiu i de programes públics i d'activitats, doncs, que encapçala l'Ester Fuertes, però que vull donar-li un reconeixement, però també a la resta de companyes. I he trobat una voluntat i unes ganes de treballar i d'assumir aquesta responsabilitat que una mica el Museu Nacional té com a museu capçalera, de marcar una mica el camí o de marcar les fites d'ambició a les quals...
So all together we have to... I mean, this has been the case with energy, right? We are now exchanging email addresses to see how to move forward, and I believe Laia will also raise actions, future actions. So as representative of the museum, I would like to thank you for being part of the movement here in the museum, and also those who have been here for 2 days without working here in the museum. I would like to thank, I mean, there's been about 300 of you on working days, so, you know, spending or investing 2 days to climb up Montjuic is remarkable, and this is not by chance. This doesn't happen from chance. I would like to thank all the technical services, MACMA with Nuria, the museum services, Norma, and the teams, the colleagues, the simultaneous translation services. They have put together all this in a record time with an extra burden, which was the inauguration of a Gothic exhibition. So I would like to acknowledge this. Pepe said that it had to be underlined, the effort that the organization has displayed. So from now on, we are going to reorient things. We're going to incorporate even further health and well-being into our actions. And as a result of that, we would like to share an announcement a premiere. We're going to be sharing breaking news. The museum will build a permanent space devoted to arts in health. This is a physical environment here near the Oval Room that will act as the center of all the activities in the field of arts in health. It will be the first workshop in this field. Now, I don't know if you attended the presentation by Thomas Bastian from Montreal Museum. They have a similar space, and we want to show that placing arts and health at the center of the museum can be done in a figurative way, but also in a physical way. So all this will be related to our community actions, and we need to raise awareness on the need to work with local communities, and this idea stemmed from the inspiration of Museum of Montreal. And it's been said before that some visitors consider museums to be hostile as environments So we need to make sure that this physical environment where we're going to be hosting groups, visitors, participants to the programs, we want to make sure these environments are felt like home by visitors. It's been said by Norma. So we need to make sure the museum is permeable, and this is why we will be launching this space or building this space. It seems like we have the funds available, so we are very happy to be able to build this space all together in a participatory manner. And we need to make sure that this model can be replicated in other museums, in other cultural centers. And without further ado, I would like to thank you once again. I believe that we all have the feeling that this is only the beginning of a long journey together. Let me anticipate also that the Minister of Health yesterday declared himself impressed about our stamina and the support and complicity of health actors will see the light. But at the end of the day, everything will depend on us. We'll have financial challenges, we'll have professional difficulties, we'll have also flexibility issues in the implementation of all these initiatives. But at the end of the day, life is about managing uncertainty and recovering, as Chris said before, renewing things and building a future. So we will all together build a project that will make us feel proud of our task. Without further ado, I will now hand it over to Laia Brufau for the formal closing. I'll be brief as well. Thanks for being here 2 days in a row. Thanks for following us online also, because, behind the organization of this International Symposium, there's quite a lot of work and many people engaged. I would like to thank the communication team of ICS, the direction of IGS, Alejandra Lejardi. Thanks for all your support, for pushing forward this International Symposium. I'll be brief. In these last couple of days, we've been discussing about the experiences that are more perhaps mature and that can somehow act as lighthouses. And it is also important to underline the importance of evidence, as Ana Berenguer mentioned. This is one of the major challenges ahead. All these experiences that we have in mind or that have awakened in the last couple of days, or that you want to push forward. Perhaps you have matched with people from the cultural sector or the health sector, but we need to be capable to assess them. And as Christopher Bailey said, it is important to see to what extent art is healing. Art will allow us to build communities. In the last 2 days, not like we have implemented a health action, but we've built and strengthened our community, and we've shared concerns, ideas, proposals, purposes. So as Guillaume said, on behalf of the ICS, and as the coordinator of the strategy, we want to push it forward. We have changed compared to 2019, as Christopher Bailey said. It's not about going back to normality, it's about transforming normality. So arts in health need to respond to the new needs that we have spotted. We need to transform ourselves collectively. So from the DG for communication, we are at your disposal, at the disposal of all professionals who are willing to go one step forward, to think out of the box and see arts as an opportunity for the future in this health system that needs more and more community actions focused on citizens. Thank you, and I hope you have enjoyed the conference.